All right, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hamill from NAU here is still on the call too, and let me give him an opportunity to respond to your questions as well. Can we do that?
Sure.
Dr. Hamill?
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, thank you, Ron. Thank you, Chair. Um, yeah, I guess I would just at this point. I mean, certainly we're always looking for partnerships that will add to our ability to support our Native American students and to work more effectively with tribal nations. Um, I think it may be important for the committee to be aware that the building we have here at NAU, this Native American Cultural Center, was largely financed by a tribe in California. And, given the fact that NAU and the Cultural Center here, on a daily basis, under normal circumstances, are serving, in particular, our Navajo students. We have over 600 students from the Navajo Nation here at NAU. What we're really looking for is for tribes in the state of Arizona to step up and offer some support and help us with this very, very important work. I think we're all aware it's the same case on the Spokane Nation. Too many of our students enter college or a university. In the end, they don't finish. And many of them take on debt. They don't get their degree. They don't make it. That's the difference this cultural center here at NAU makes. We are seeing major headway on our retention efforts with our Native American students, and we want to strengthen that effort. And the primary beneficiaries of that effort are going to be the Navajo students that overwhelmingly choose NAU over the other two public universities in Arizona. I want to thank the committee once again. I have to run and teach. I have a class starting here in a few minutes. But thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. It's an open invitation. We would love for members of the committee to come and visit us here at the Cultural Center. We'd love to show you around and give you a better sense of what we do. Thank you. Lem Lemch.
Thank you.
Before you go,
Sure.
just a point of honor and recognition. Please refrain from calling your major benefactor in the construction of the building. Refrain from calling them a tribe in Arizona. Name the tribe. And certainly that would elevate and elevate perhaps the continuing support from that particular organization. Just as this is one of a person that spent many years in trying to get help to our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, what is the name of that tribe?
The one Dr. Hamill referred to in California?
Yes.
Sure. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. They're located right outside of Highlands, California, Palm Springs, west of Palm Springs.
Yes, I remember one of the name escapes me. One tribal council woman. Oh gosh, I'm way back. She may have already gone on to the next world, but yes, their money's come from casinos.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Committee members, we have a motion and a second. Is there any follow-up? If not, Mr. Mose, Che, go ahead and do the roll call.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Alona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Alona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Chair, your vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. So we go on to item number 5C. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
My new allergy set? Okay.
What is today?
Today's the 9th. Let me go see who can do this for you, okay?
Okay,
Hold on, we'll call you in a few minutes, okay?
thank you.
Good morning. This is Sherilyn Yazzie from the Office of the Speakers. Good morning, Chairman, and committee members. Thank you for allowing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing the opportunity for the Office of the Speakers to request to be added to the agenda. So moving forward, annually each year, the Office of the Speaker, along with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, works together in culminating Navajo Nation's priority listing. So this year, we wanted to ensure that we work with all of the committees to ensure that we begin establishing priorities for each of the committees. And within each of the priorities, it's looking at priorities, whether it be internal for the nation, external with state agencies and federal agencies. For example, the Yazzie Martinez case could be a priority of the committee for HES. So what we're looking at doing is working with you to identify what your priorities will be for the HES committee of the Navajo Nation. So that's the whole purpose of why we wanted to be added onto the agenda with regards to establishing a Navajo Nation Priority Council priority list for HES. So with each of the subcommittees establishing their priorities, each of the subcommittees list will be culminated into one Navajo Nation's priority list to be approved at Nabik-Iyatskit in the coming weeks. And this same priority listing will be the documentation that will be our driving force when we're meeting with the 4 states of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and recently Colorado. So it's establishing these priorities so that when we start working with each of the, not just each of the states, as well as the delegation at the federal level. So at this time, the Office of the Speaker would like to coordinate those efforts with you and start establishing updates. I know that for the Health and Education Committee, some of the ongoing priorities for the HES committee was the Gallup Indian Medical Center, Dilcom Medical Center, the nursing home, VA hospital, Navajo service offices, and looking at student achievement on Navajo, Diné sovereignty, Diné school improvement, Diné cultural language. And then internally would be examples of Title 10 reauthorization, Board of Education and tribal consultation policy, as well as other priorities for the Navajo Nation veterans at the local level, the state level, and the federal level. So the purpose of asking to be placed on the agenda is to work with you to identify what your priorities will be. This could be done either in a work session, in a leadership meeting. That would be to your up to your committee, but it's just a matter of getting these priorities situated and identified and prioritized so it can be approved at Navigatia. So I stand for questions at this time with regards to the request from the Office of the Speakers. Chair So.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Committee members, any initial thoughts? I guess for me, it's at the national level, the 2020 census. We may be undercounted, and just the issues where allotted lands, people living on the allotments are counted with the counties wherein those boundaries overlay allotments, and then just the aspects of fee lands all across I-40, Baca Pruitt, all the way to Rock Springs and Seattle. Fee lands, they're counted with the counties. So there's a serious undercount. And how do we address it? I hear there was, in previous years, there was such items as American Community Survey was used, basically justify an more accurate count. That may be an aspect that we have to follow. And right now, because of the pandemic, shall the nation pursue year-round education? We're hearing reports by the public education department, the various public school administrations that basically are saying that our kids are already months behind in their educational progress. And so how do we address it? Perhaps the conversion to year-round education. That would be my, and I've spent the last few days, how do we approach the Biden-Harris administration? We're severely underfunded with IHS, and that was demonstrated through the lack of ICU beds, going from 5 to 15, but the 15 still is way low. the lack of critical healthcare services, the lack of ventilators, the lack of other essential respiratory equipment, and of course the aspect of the lack of water, more funding for long-term projects. It's time we did the Western Pipeline. It's time we did a pipeline from the San Juan down to the Chinle area. It's demonstrated. Cutter lateral goes through 13 chapters. The water's on. The availability for 10,000 homes. The Gallup water line. Then the aspects for the Western Pipeline. Now, how do we reach even farther for a water line to the Chinle area? Because the aquifer, once it's depleted, then we have surface water. That's the only thing. And so that's the part I'm thinking about. All of this also ties into housing. There has to be a revamping of NHA. My understanding is we only have 3 board members, where there's supposed to be 5. There's critical issues. And because of that organization being dysfunctional, the critical need for housing it's time that there be a total refocus on NHA. I'm saying that it's because of from Crown Point east, Orion and Ojo Encino are the only chapters, and Mayezi and Warfano that have NHA housing. I guess farther east of Lake Valley, farther east of the. So those are some things that are really of critical need, and NHA hasn't really addressed the equity aspect of it. So in that aspect, that's internal. Internally, Department of Health, the mental and behavioral health programs have been centralized, and there hasn't been no effort to reinstitute those services. I know Kaibato, I know Theru, I know Ojo Encino. Those were shut down. And right now, they're critical need with this pandemic. Everybody says We need mental and behavioral health centers, and there's no response from executive administration. DPM and social services, they have similar programs, self-reliance and workforce development. They're operating in silos, but their delivery aspects address the same group of Navajo constituents. On the state side, there is the aspect of redistricting. Redistricting will occur this year in the state legislature. I'm sure it's going to happen in Arizona and Utah. How are we going to get more, facilitate more Navajo representatives or Navajo or representatives that are based on Navajo folks that are registered? So if done properly, we could gain in New Mexico another seat for the Northwest portion in the state legislature, another seat or two, or just the aspect of another senator. So those are some things that I think we really need to focus on as we go forward. And like I said, it's when you're out there dealing with livestock, then you understand. The one part that I still focus on is we have insurance money for drought assistance. And I'm sorry, but the oversight committee never addressed it. There was never any monies to the ranchers so that they could be helped with water hauling. All of the water hauling, and those monies had a different criteria. And instead, we looked to CARES funding. And in the end, you find out CARES funding can't be given to individuals. But over on the drought insurance monies, that certainly would have been issued to individual ranchers. But the committee never addressed it. I don't know how many times I emphasized it. And right now, there's the need for hay, livestock feed, salt, protein blocks. And no more, it's critical. And the Eastern Agency, the allotment owners, where oil and gas development is occurring or has occurred. The main issue has been royalties. But the main issue for me is the fact that the many thousands of miles of pipelines that have been put in, crisscrossing the allotment areas, they've denuded the land of forage, grass, forage, forbs. Sheep and cattle, they just don't eat grass. Spay. the various, and so in that aspect, that's where the ranchers, the livestock men really need some assistance. And right now we're in a time. New doors have opened. We've proven to each of the states that when Navajos work together, they have a positive effect. And that in return, the state governments in each of those states need to turn around and say, okay, how shall we work together? Foremost, in New Mexico site, we passed not only Development Corporation, Molina Healthcare. We have a whole spectrum of healthcare services. There's an imaginary barrier that keeps them from coming onto the Navajo Nation. On the Eastern Agency side, the New Mexico side, Governor Grisham said, I'll only okay it if I have a letter that's signed by both President Nez and Speaker Damon. Speaker Damon has signed the letter. Jonathan Nez hasn't signed it. So we have healthcare workers. I imagine doctors in their scrubs, nursing assistants with their pen and pencil and with their charts standing at the edge. And then on this side of that imaginary fence, we have an overloaded healthcare system. CHR is scrambling. Here's a new case. How do we get food to them? They need masks, they need water, they need transportation. And here we have Molina Healthcare and Mount Ani Development just standing over there. That aspect, how do we get past what Governor Grisham is requiring? And on our site, our laws already said, President Nez, your veto's not valid. We overrode it. So our decision to select Mount Ani Development as the healthcare provider using Medicaid, Medicare, CMS, that's the law of Navajo land. But Governor Grisham doesn't recognize that. So, Ms. Yazzie, those are some things that I'm putting out on the table. And as we go forward, on the veterans, it's just like within the 2 years, and I don't know how long prior to that, of our veterans who passed away, how many of them have gotten a headstone where the veteran has been buried at a family plot at a community cemetery? How many of our veterans have gotten that? headstone? And how many have gotten the surviving dependent or spouse? How many of them have even gotten the funeral assistance, however little it may be? Those aspects. So yes, leadership does amass. It makes for having to carry these things on our shoulders. That's what we've taken on. So in that respect, Ms. Yazi, without a tato, what you ask for myself, that's what I put on the table.
With your feedback in regards to priorities, I'll go ahead and type this all up and submit it to the committee. And for those of you who would like to provide additional comments, please do not hesitate to email me your comments or give me a call, and I'll culminate the entire priority list for the committees from internally, our priorities internally, externally from this to the state level for each of the 4 states, and then to the federal level.
Committee members.
Chairman.
Oh.
Chairman, this Delegate So.
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead.
I have a recommendation, and we did get the same sort of request at the LOC earlier, and we did agree for these priorities to have a discussion. But what I would recommend on this case, so maybe if the Navajo Nation, our chief of staff, setting up a call for each agency to conduct an agency conference at least by the end of this week, to address the needs of all aspects of priority, whether it's in budget and finance, health and human service, law and order, and resources and development, because each and every priority affects every delegate region. I know we have Honorable Paul Begay on Health and Human Service Committee, but looking at other aspects of the delegates' point of view of the priorities should be considered. Or about necessities. The Western priorities for health and human service. So because each region is different.
Okay, committee members. Any other discussion? Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for that very comprehensive listing of priorities. I think there's just so much that we desire to address in the calendar year or during our terms that just imagining and contemplating all of those issues becomes overwhelming. How can you possibly make progress on so many disparate areas? And I think the way that you do that is finding common ground with other committees that share maybe similar jurisdictions. I'm thinking about water and infrastructure projects with RDC, and then also the financing of them with budget and finance. And those areas of common ground, either with other committees or other areas of the government, whatever synergies we can find between the states and the feds. I think that's what we as a council need to come together and focus on, because we can bring that shared effort and hopefully get farther together, instead of us dividing up too much. I know a very artful term there, into each of our respective committees of jurisdiction. I think we're most effective in DC and at the state level when we're working together. So with that said, my request to the chief of staff is that we take the priorities from each committees and use it as a template, maybe for a 3-day long Navi session or something like that, where we invite the president's office and really try and renew that relationship with the executive branch and hopefully come to some common understanding of what the nation's full goals are. I think it's good to work with the judicial branch, but they need to maintain their impartiality for a lot of these matters. So with that said, I think looking at the new administration coming into the White House and the attention that has been directed toward the nation, whatever we can do to capitalize on that and ensure that every single Navajo family or citizen has running water, electricity, and a roof over their head, I think is paramount. That is just the prerequisite for so many of the other initiatives that we're interested in pursuing, and I believe is a right of every citizen of the Navajo Nation. And a part of that is held in treaty obligations, and the other part of it is what is just the responsibility of the Navajo government to provide these sorts of services to its citizens, irrespective of external relations. And when we look at it from that perspective, we think about different types of financing and where we may be able to obtain that. I know we've received proposals, actually from the Donnie Development Corporation, on being able to obtain very low interest rates for lots of different types of infrastructure projects. Some of them, may be under the Division of Public Safety. Some of them could be under our healthcare facilities. Some of them could be assisting gaming with paying down its outstanding debt to the nation, allowing them to refinance. It could even tie into CHISN-funded projects, and that could include financing to external institutions like our higher education partners. So I think as long as we try and take this as a catchword, this synergistic approach and see where we can find the common ground, we'll be able to go farther on each one of these items. But for me, first and foremost, is running water, electricity, and a roof over everyone's head. I think that really ties into NHA, as you mentioned, the management there, and the council coming together and say by passing, a new federal and state priorities for fiscal year 21 or calendar year 21, whatever we want to call it, that will hopefully signal to other partners that they need to get moving, whether it's people who are responsible for, or entities that are responsible for appointments to different Navajo Nation enterprises, or say, other institutions that can help develop public policy for the nation or do analysis, like Diné College, Office of Navajo Government Development, entities like that. So I'll leave my comments right there, and that's my request, Chief of Staff. I wonder if that was the aim of this, moving toward a comprehensive meeting among the whole council, or the idea was just to collect the thoughts of each committee and evaluate from there. Thank you, Chair.
Sheila, thank you for bringing clarity to some of the issues. So, committee members, anybody else? Okay, I realize there's also a state task force committee that's going to be convening at the same time. And I think there's 3 members from this committee on that state task force. So, I hope the issues here are more important so that we can maintain quorum. If okay, do we need a motion and a second to proceed with this? Or was this just a discussion item, committee members? Ms. Yazzie,
Yes, Chairman, so.
did LOC take a motion and a second to accept the recommendations?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. So I did have Hope McDonald Lone Tree on that call. Hope, are you on this call as well?
Yes, I am, Charlene, and they they will be adding it to their agenda later this month.
Okay. So in that respect, committee members, as we move forward, we'll keep discussing it, and at a point, we will get legislation drafted to establish the priorities for the committee, both at the Navajo Nation, at the state, and the federal levels. I think also I was remiss to also include the projects, or they're funded by each of the state legislatures or chapter infrastructure projects, water lines, electric lines, senior centers, vehicles, and the like. So, Kushila, we'll just leave this as a discussion item, and then we'll, as we move to refine and consolidate some of these issues, we'll leave it at that. Thank you, Ms. Yazzie, Ms. Lone Tree. Thank you for joining the call. With that, committee members, we'll move to 5B, litigation update. And this will require a discussion in executive session. Mr. Mallett, are you on the call?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm on the call.
Do we have Rodriguez Morris or Mr. Begay on the call? Brandon Begay, was it?
Benson Begay, Honorable Chair. He was on the call. I'm not sure if he still is.
And then Ms. Patricia Ghani, are you still on the call?
Good afternoon, Chair. I am still here.
Good. When the committee goes into executive session, we'd like to have you also on the call. Do you know if Mr. Matthew So is on the call also?
I can reach out to him, sir.
Okay. Committee members. I'm looking to the committee to call for an executive session. Mr. Haven, you'll also be part of the you'll also be part of the call on the litigation update.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I sent out the executive call-in number.
Okay. So Sheila, committee members, the chair is looking for a motion to go into executive session.
Motion.
Motion by Slater. Motion by Honorable Carl Slater. Do I hear a second? Committee members.
Second, Monica.
Sheila, thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Wanika, second.
Chair, Helena,
Yes, sir. You're back on.
how long are we gonna be going in, how long have we been going in executive session? Time frame.
I'd say, we'll go for 30 minutes. Kuya.
I can agree to that.
Okay, Mr. Mose, vote on the motion to go into executive session. Motion by Honorable Carl Slater, second by Honorable Edison Wanika.
Right there. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Helena votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The executive session at 1:14 p.m.
Okay, at 1:14 p.m. All the folks that are going to be on the call, you've gotten the call-in number for the executive session. So I'll see you there in a minute or two.
the organizer.
Priscilla, she has committee members.
Shaja, this is Delegate
Oh,
Phelps.
Shabisha, go ahead.
Muted yourself. Oh, أشهد لا Benenani atishnanikidi mato jetam leniki Utah be a class reporting the daily all this week I have chapter meetings and so a big echo I wanted to release that full statement to the public and let's see sure yeah I think I had a question but I just lost it so I'll come back to it.
Priscilla, she has Superintendent Ghani.
Chair, so I do acknowledge that request. I do have a graph that shows the percentages of students as to how they are faring at the time of report. I'll be happy to furnish that with the summation that I shared.
Thank you. Committee members, any other follow-up? If not, then chair is open to a motion to accept this report.
I'll make the motion, Shajah, or Shiash.
Okay, motion by Honorable Charlene So. Do I hear a second?
Second, Delegate Slater.
Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Slater seconds. Any other discussion? Questions? Sure. Honorable Helona.
Just real quick, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Klein, for that report. I appreciate you coming on and giving us that update. You're always real thorough with your report. I really appreciate it and straightforward. Thank you. Chair.
Oh, Priscilla. If there's no other questions or discussion, the chair is open to a roll call vote on accepting the report. Okay, Leonard Mose, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul McGee Jr.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul McGee Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Helona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you, committee members. I guess that's one of the main things that's hard to dispute data on our decision making. So we'll proceed now to number 7, new business legislation 0225-20. Sponsor Honorable Pernell Helona.
hear me, Chair?
Oh, now I can.
Chair, I have the legislation here. It's for the, hello?
Oh, we're listening.
Oh, I was here. I
We're
was
waiting.
talking all this. I was wondering if you guys are still there. Here I was talking. I didn't know. You didn't hear anything? You guys hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I have Adrian on the line that would like to talk about this legislation. Mr. Zerline, Director of Veterans Administration. Director
Mr. Chair,
Zerline?
Mr. Chair, the committee's the final authority. The legislation has to be read into the records. Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, committee members. Ms. Martinez, thank you. Honorable Helena, you got the floor.
Yes, sir. Are we going to go ahead and read this into the record first, or do we have to do our presentation now?
It's already read into the record from the previous presentation. You got the floor.
Thank you, sir. Our committee members, so we have the plan of operations for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration before you. I don't know if you have any other questions on it. There's been a lot of controversy about the SNAP plan of operations, but we're trying to set it up to the best way we can to help the Veterans Administration and Veterans Operations move forward in their plan of operations. So right now, I have Director Zerline, who would like to say a few words. Director Zerline, are you online? Director Zerline?
Mr. Chair, the Budget and Finance Committee made 3 amendments also, which is attached to the legislation for your review. Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Ms. Martinez, can you review those amendments with the committee? And that might clarify some of the initial reluctance. Go ahead, Ms. Martinez.
Budget and Finance Committee, to whom has been assigned 0220, has had it under consideration report the same with the recommendation that it do pass the 3 amendments. On page 2 of the legislation, lines 4, 8, 10, make the following changes as indicated. Exhibit A1 on page 3 of Exhibit 2, remove overstrike on language in its entirety as indicated. N _ consult with the Navajo Veterans Advisory Council on policy matters _ 2, insert new Exhibit 2 in place of current Exhibit 2 in the legislation. 3, strike the proposed deputy director. And 5, agency supervisors positions from organization chart until known what the funding source to be. And therefore refer to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Respectfully signed by Raymond Smith, Vice Chairman, and adopted by Peggy Nakai. October 6, 2020. The vote was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is your agent available?
I am on the call, sir.
Oh, okay. Mr. Halona, Honorable Halona.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Back to you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Zerline, would you like to go ahead and do your presentation then? Go.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm having difficulty hearing you. Could you repeat that, please?
Mr. Zerline, go ahead and go with your presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Chair So, thank you for the opportunity to provide a presentation on the Veterans Administration's Plan of Operation. This Plan of Operation is not introducing many changes to the existing Veterans Administration Plan of Operation that was originally adopted in 2016. Most of the changes that are being made to this plan are grammatical or clarification to statements that are already contained within the Plan of Operation. We tried to ensure through revisions that this Plan of Operation reflected the goals and the purposes of the Veterans Administration, keeping in mind that there is a separate Plan of Operation for the Veterans Advisory Council. As we looked at this Plan of Operation, we tried to determine whether or not in its current format, it was meeting the needs of a typical Plan of Operation for how an administration or a program should run. One of the answers that we came up with was regarding personnel, where this program is not delineated by authorized personnel by the Plan of Operation. So we had to modify the organizational chart and include the positions that the administration is trying to identify to be able to provide services to the veteran population. Within the organizational chart, we added 11 new positions in addition to the 25 positions that were already part of the administration. Over this last budget season, there were some realignments of existing positions, so we are down to 22 existing positions, and we are trying to add 11 positions to provide those services to veterans. The Plan of Operation, as I did mention, is separate from the Advisory Council Plan of Operation. So as we were taking a look at some of these findings in here, we did find that one of the purposes that was listed of the administration was to consult on policy matters with the Advisory Council. And we came to the conclusion that the administration's purpose is not to consult with the Advisory Council on policy matters, but that is a responsibility of the Executive Director. And that is additionally a responsibility that's identified in the Advisory Council's Plan of Operation, which is why we had removed it from this Plan of Operation. So aside from that and the Plan of Operations organizational chart, as I mentioned at the beginning, there were not many changes to this Plan of Operation. They were mostly grammatical and clarifying in nature. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and I await your questions. Thank you.
Does that conclude your report, Mr. Zerline?
That concludes my presentation, sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, raise your questions.
Committee members, is there a motion or a second?
Motion, Paul Begay.
Motion by Honorable Paul Begay for adoption. Do I hear a second? Going once.
Second, Alona.
Second, Halona. Honorable Halona, see, if we didn't have that clarification, you wouldn't have had a second.
Yeah, I know. That's why. I decided I would use it now since I'm not getting a second.
Okay, and that second is accepted by the chair because precedent had been set at NABI for the sponsor to second a motion to adopt legislation.
Thank you, Chair.
So, committee members, any questions? Discussion? There isn't. The chair has a question, Mr. Swerline.
Yes, sir.
There's one section in there, and I'll leave it up to your integrity to highlight a power that you're seeking with this plan of operation regarding the budget. Can you clarify and pinpoint that particular power you're seeking, authority that you're seeking?
Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding your question correctly, regarding the budget for the Veterans Trust Fund, that authority is not contained within this legislation. That authority is contained within the legislation that governs the financial assistance program for the Veterans Trust Fund.
Chair Sol?
Oh, go ahead. Honorable Halona.
Did he answer your question, Chair?
Threw it in a different direction. In that regard, Mr. Haven, are you still on the line?
I'm on the line.
Okay, question from the chair. This particular amendment involves certain responsibilities and authorities within the administration of the Veterans Program. And in those authorities, I guess there's a rope attached to the trust fund. There's a rope tied to housing assistance. And then there's a rope tied to the regular assistance. Are those what I'm calling the ropes delineated in this plan of operation?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I missed much of what you provided in the question. And I believe perhaps the amendments that I have, first of all, let me just back up a little bit, okay? Budget and Finance Committee does have some amendments, and essentially
what the committee did is replace Exhibit 2. So I'm hoping that you all have copies of Exhibit 2, and basically Beverly can clarify that. Exhibit 2 as provided by DNF, and there's a number, there's one error there with respect to some of the amendments, and I can talk about that later. But with respect, I'm not entirely sure if you're talking about something relative to the budget, and under the plan of operation, the authorities and responsibilities of the executive director under number 5 there. And I don't, my copies, it doesn't have a page number, but if you turn to the second page under authorities and responsibilities of the executive director, it says pursue and recommend necessary budget. It's been deleted. And it says pursue and recommending proposals and related budgets. Related budgets is what's underlined for professional and other technical assistance positions and services as needed to carry out the objectives and purposes of the Veterans Administration. And I do apologize. I missed much of the question, Mr. Chair. If you can repeat it, I can certainly try to answer it with the documents that I have in front of me. So I do apologize again. I didn't get the entirety of the question. I do apologize. There is a very bad phone connection. So thank you.
Okay, let me, all right, I guess the question basically extends to Mr. Swerline is basically saying plan of operation for the trust fund, the housing assistance, and veterans assistance is separate and apart from this plan of operation. And if it's separate and apart, then how is he going to be able to administer those housing assistance and the other assistance that the trust fund allows? Mr. Haven.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Mr. Joling, what I have before me, Mr. Chair, is basically your plan of operation for the Veterans Administration. Much of this is essentially just that. It doesn't get too much into the areas of housing assistance, the substance of housing assistance, or veterans assistance. This itself does not get into much of that. Those separately may have to be amended to make it, if there is any inconsistency at all between what's being changed here. But essentially, this is the plan of operation, just like any other plan of operation that applies to particular programs. It essentially governs internally functions of a program insofar as what it does or does not do. So I think much of the substance of questions relative to the housing assistance and veterans assistance, those amendments would have to be pursued separately. But much of that is actually not covered in this here. Other than there was some of the things that I do see on some of this, Mr. Chair, is for example, it does indicate that the purposes of the Veterans Administration does include establish and fund the Veterans Housing Program and services for Navajo veterans within the Navajo Nation. This may include seeking partnerships with the local, tribal, state, and federal housing criteria to provide the best services available for housing.
Okay, and committee members. Do you have any follow-up questions, statements? If not,
this is Doug Slater.
Go ahead, Honorable Carl Slater. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess just for the record, I'm going to ask Director Storyline, what sort of consultation was sought in the amendment process, and what sort of consent was obtained from the Veterans Advisory Council? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, sir. Approximately a year ago, the Veterans Advisory Council and I sat down and went over this entire document. This legislation is the second time around this plan of operation has come before you. The first time it came was February, right at the onset of COVID, and this committee voted it down after it was brought to the table in May, I believe it was. So it's been a long time coming, but the Advisory Council did provide input, and I don't know if it's included in the package that you guys have available to you, but the Advisory Council did do a supporting resolution of this plan of operation. And when it was submitted to Legislative Council, that resolution was included. If it is not currently in the package, I can send a copy of it via email. Does that answer your question, sir?
Mr. Swerline.
Yes, sir.
Is that a resolution of the current Advisory Council?
Yes, sir, it is. The resolution, if memory serves, was approved by the Advisory Council in August this year. So 3 months ago.
We have a new chair. Isn't it Mr. Commander George Toll?
That is correct, sir. He was present at that meeting. He was the chair pro tem, the acting chair for the meeting in which this resolution was approved.
Okay. Committee members, any other questions?
I guess, Chair, can I speak? This is Doug Slater.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you. I guess before I vote, I'd like to have that attached as an exhibit to this legislation, so the committee can say that it's working in step with both the administration and the Advisory Council to make necessary changes. I think just overall, it would strengthen it, and for me, as a precondition for my vote.
Mr. Chair, this is Director Spencer.
Go ahead. Honorable Halona first, and then Director Swerline.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to get with, ask Director Zerline to go ahead and right as soon as he can. Director Zerline?
Sir, I'm having difficulty hearing you, sir.
If you could, go ahead and get that sent out as soon as you can. Zerline, I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, sir. One more time. I don't know if it's your connection or mine. I'm on a landline telephone.
And go ahead and send that information out. The resolution from the Advisory Council.
Roger that, sir. I scrolled through my copy of the online version. It is stamped in this legislation as Exhibit 3, so it should already be attached. Perhaps the legislative advisor can provide some input on that.
I found it too, yeah. I see it now. I was trying to look for it. I couldn't find it, but I see it. It is in here. An action relating to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Plan of Operation.
Yes, sir. Resolution 7-20.
That's it. Yes, sir. I got it. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Helona. Honorable Carl Slater, did you find that exhibit?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so is the committee ready to vote? Any other questions, statements? If not,
Mr.
then
Chair?
yes, Mr. Haven.
This is Ron Haven again here. I want to make sure the committee has the Budget and Finance report on its amendments, okay? I just want to make sure you all have that. What's attached is Exhibit 2. You all have your resolution that has Exhibit 2, and as Beverly read into the record the amendments, what BNF has done is replace Exhibit 2. So I'm hoping you all have access to Exhibit 2 and basically understand that one of the errors, typographical errors in the BNF report seems to be under letter N on the amendments, okay? From what I understood Beverly to read, indicate that one of the amendments here was to do an amendment on page 3 of Exhibit 2. That's your document that you're working with, and it does indicate here remove overstrike on the language in its entirety. Okay, what I have now under BNF's document, that was not done. So for the record, I will advise and work with legislative services to make sure that that overstrike is taken off. What it says to consult with Navajo Veterans Advisory Council on policy matters. That is still stricken over for one reason or another. And according to the BNF report that Beverly read, it does indicate that should be undone. Is that the way? That's my understanding. And I'm hoping that we have the same report here. And the other is under on page 3. It does say, well, actually, I just covered that. The other thing that I noticed from, well, that's pretty much the extent of my concern, and I will go ahead and work with Beverly on that. The third one is this, well, actually, it says to strike the proposed deputy director and 5 agency supervisors positions from organization chart until known what the funding source to be. You need to understand that that amendment was also made by DNF. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Haven. Gosh, I wish Director Schwerlein would have been upfront with what BNF had done. Committee members, great by Mr. Haven. I guess what Mr. Haven is basically advising the committee is to make sure that the language to consult with the Veterans Advisory Council remains intact. Committee members.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Slater.
I thought that we were including the Budget and Finance Committee amendments in what we're about to pass. Is that not the case?
Well, apparently the draft that Mr. Haven has regarding that the overstrikes be removed, that needs to happen. And Ms. Martinez, is that part of the amendment that you read into the record?
Yes, it is. It's in the BNF committee report. Amendment 1 on page 3 of Exhibit 2, remove overstrike on language in its entirety as indicated. N period underscore consult with the Navajo Veterans Advisory Council on policy matters underscore. Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Another change that I noticed is also in, if you have access to the BNF document, you'll see this other change here that I'm somewhat concerned about, and Beverly can correct me on there. If you take a look at purposes under Roman numeral 3, you turn the page, you take a look at E there, and I'm comparing this with what you have before you. I have, if you look at what you have before you, and hopefully you get the right document here. Take a look at this here. It says what I have, that Budget and Finance Committee amendment provided for is as follows. Recommend policies and legislation regarding Navajo veterans to the Navajo Nation Council committees, and Navajo chapter veterans organizations. That change, I don't believe, appears in your document that's before you, the one that you have now. And correct me again, Beverly, here, the document you have currently before you, instead of Navajo Nation, instead of Navajo chapter veterans organizations, it says Navajo chapter communities. Okay, just for your information.
And Mr. Haven, is that part of the amendment that BNF
Yes.
adopted?
Yes, sir. It's on this.
Okay, and it should say Navajo or Navajo Chapter Veterans Organization.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, in that regard, would that need a motion to amend?
Mr. Chair, that is part of Exhibit 2, the entire new Exhibit 2 that BNF adopted.
Okay,
correct,
but
Ron?
that does say Chapter Veteran Organization?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I keep interjecting here, but from the report that Beverly read, it does state that BNF is going to switch out your Exhibit 2. Okay? When you do that, when they've done that, there's really not much change other than what I have pointed out, it seems. So what they've done is when you look at that new Exhibit 2 that was inserted by BNF, that's where you see these minor changes. I don't want to say minor, but basically those changes become apparent when you begin to compare what originally went through the process and what's currently before HESI. You got that BNF action that's basically something you need to be aware of, okay? So that's where you have your chapter veterans organization, and that's where you have your reference to consultation with the advisory council. Advisory council should stay there if you follow BNF's report. Again, here up above, veterans organization, chapter veterans organization also is listed there as new language. So that's under BNF's new document that they utilize as new Exhibit 2. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Martinez, is that, do we need an amendment?
Ron, I believe it's already in the new Exhibit 2 from BNF. So the amendment was already approved by BNF, Mr. Chair. It just needs to be incorporated into the resolution. All these recommendations from BNF, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Beverly is correct. That BNF should be there. My point is that what HESI committee may need to do here is to address that typographical error that exists with respect to letter N. Okay, if you take a look at letter N, what the report does not indicate is that line needs to be taken off. The overstrike needs to be taken off according to the report. That is basically a technical amendment. You may want to go ahead and have a moving party in a second and vote on that to undo that, because this is the way we got the documents from BNF. I think it's clear from their report that that's an error, a typographical error in which that overstrike should have been lifted. So in your final resolution, you may want to simply indicate that technical amendment was made and that the committee did undo the overstrike. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haven. Committee members, as recommended by Legislative Council, that we need to do a technical amendment. Do I hear a motion? Or to the moving party?
Speaker, before the motion, can we have
Yes.
legislative council address whether the August 5th meeting was a lawful and duly called meeting?
Legislative Council, Mr. Haven.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Chair, go ahead and restate the question.
The question is, was the August 5th Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council meeting, pardon me, a lawfully called meeting? I have people informing me that the Office of Legislative Counsel has determined that it was not. And so we should be careful with resolutions that were passed at that meeting.
Yeah, I can double check on that right now, but I do have the B&F report here that's signed and dated. So let me just double check with Dana real quick on that one there, okay? Let me get back with you in 2 minutes here. Hello, members of the committee.
Yeah.
I conferred with Dana and also Christian, who ordinarily deals with B&F. Now, I understand Delegate Slater's question that concerns, did you say the validity of the DNF meeting on August the 3rd?
The validity of the Veterans Advisory Council meeting.
I apologize. I still did not get the question. I'm sorry. What particular meeting here are we talking about? I know the date is August the 3rd. Is this DNF or another entity?
The Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council meeting, wherein the resolution that's attached to the legislation was passed.
Yeah, Mr. Delegate Slater, I don't have any information on that. What I pointed out earlier to the committee is simply based on the public records that I have access to. One of them is the B&F report from its meeting, and that meeting is was conducted on let's see here, I don't have it, okay, October 6, 2020. That's where I'm getting my information on the B&F action on this very same resolution that we're talking about that's now before HESI.
So can you consult with Ms. Bobroff on that question? Because I believe she has addressed it before in a work session that was conducted by the committee prior to, well, I guess the initial deferment of the
Okay, certainly can do that, Delegate Slater. I can do that as I get off the phone here.
I'm on the line. This is Dana. I'm on the line. I've got a few minutes between my next call. What's the question?
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we all agree that the August meeting of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council that produced the endorsement of this plan of operations revision was legal and duly called, because I've been contacted by a variety of people who ordinarily, will all message me at the same time regarding this matter and questioning its validity. And I just want to put this to rest so that we can vote on this.
Chair, Mr. Tolthier.
Chairman So and Delegate Chairman So and Vice Chair Slater and Mr. Haven. My understanding about the meeting on October 5th was that, and this is just the information that has been relayed to me, is that the meeting was not noticed. It was more informal than that, and that it ended up with the Veterans Advisory Council members, at least I guess a majority of them, having an informal meeting, and then when it was recognized or realized that they had a quorum, that they then turned that into a meeting. So I would have to say, if that is the actual process of what happened, then no, that was not a valid meeting. But I am only relying on what I was told. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Haven.
So, from August 5 to the present, we know that there's new leadership with the Veterans Advisory Council. And committee members, Mr. George Toast has got on the call. George Toast.
100% free with absolutely no obligation.
Go ahead, sir.
Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-747-4453.
Good afternoon, Chair. Mr. Toth here.
Oh, that's it. Chief.
Yep.
You have the floor.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. The meeting October 5th was notified, and all the commanders. We had our meeting. The chair was not there, also the vice, so I was put as pro temp since we had a quorum. That's when that item was put on the agenda and was approved by the members on that day. So those two individuals going around telling that this meeting was invalid, they were notified, the chair and the vice, but they never respond. So the others went and had their meeting. They're contacting you. It was approved meeting. At that time, my secretary was Billy Goodman. He's the commander for Western. I believe the other one from Northern Door, meeting that was put before us. That's when we approved that as a pro temp. October 6th, I was selected as a new chairperson. So Ade with that chair. So Ade, I want to clarify that. So Ade Yahya Korobat is the chair as the commander for the Veterans Advisory Council. Thank you, sir.
Okay, committee members.
We can blunt these surges that we're seeing. It's possible to do, and we will be able to do it. We just need to do it, put the effort in, and just hang in there.
Committee members. It's on their table. What do you wish to do? We have a motion to adopt, a second. Going once.
Sure.
Yes.
This is Delegate Slater.
The technical amendment. Let's address that technical amendment.
I'll make that motion, Chair.
Vice Chair, Carl Slater motions to make a technical amendment as advised by Legislative Council Ron Haven. Do I hear a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Che. Second by Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you.
So with those amendments, there still has to be consultation with the Veterans Advisory Council. So, although there's no deputy director, and The third one, Ms. Martinez. So we have a motion. I'm mixing apples and oranges. This technical amendment, removing all the overstrike. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Mr. Leonard Mose, roll call vote, please.
Aye, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you, Che. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 committee member not voting, and the chair not voting. So that technical amendment passes. Now, back to the main motion. Any other question, discussion? If not, then Che, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Che. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 1 committee member not voting, and the chair not voting. But Ayla, so thank you, Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Chair. Committee members.
Oh, Mr. Squirline, don't fight too many battles with the advisory council. Work with them. Remember, you're a reflection on the Nez Lizer administration. So we go back to our agenda. Delay, I'm not sure. We go to legislation 0266-20. Che, Honorable Jamie Hino, are you on the call?
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm here.
Aviva. As a matter of when, if the test passes this particular legislation, when will BNF address it?
Committee reports today, maybe I could, by tomorrow morning, it'll be in a special meeting. November, next week, the year, regular BNF, at nanitli, the Sheba just tomorrow, just
Okay, the reason I'm asking is so it's getting late already, 3:45, yeah. I could sign it tomorrow morning before 10. The committee report, yeah. Otherwise, I don't know if any of the delegates are there in Window Rock, HES members. And again, it'll be afterwards, after 5 or early in the morning. So, Quaggy Day, what that should say. So, in that matter, then I'll just go ahead and preside, and then I'll drive in the morning to sign the legislation. So with committee members. So I'll call legislation 0266-20 to the table. Ms. Martinez, can you read the legislation into the record?
Legislation number 0266-20, an action relating to Health, Education, Human Services, and Budget and Finance Committees, approving the fund management plan for the Navajo COVID-19 Response Donation Fund. Mr. Chair and members, the BNF is the final authority on this legislation. Mr. Chair, members.
Committee members, chair is open for a motion.
Motion, Halona.
Motion by Honorable Pernell Halona. Do I hear a second?
Second, Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Do I hear a question regarding this particular legislation? Just for, I'm going to bend the rules. Honorable Jamie Hino, just a quick overview.
Chairman, so Health Education Human Services Committee. ADD legislation the fund management plan for the at the on the advice of Department of Justice and the Controller. During the summertime when this whole COVID-19 pandemic came upon us here, the next honey punch near down. The individual people wanted to help the Navajo Nation. With that, they decided to send in money, personal checks, money orders, credit card payments from their own bank accounts to the Navajo Nation. And with that, though, the Navajo Nation, without a fund management plan, just started building up their bank account. It was held in a bank account where it was also earning interest according to the Controller's office. And therefore, we couldn't spend it, though. And right now, as of the last reporting from the Controller's office, which was about around last month, and it was on upwards of over $7 million in private donations, monetary donations to the Navajo Nation. So what we needed was a fund management plan to be graced by the Health, Education, Human Services Committee and also the Budget and Finance Committee. And even the it would allow the Navajo Nation to spend this money for COVID-19 related expenses. And in the fund management plan, the Department of Emergency Management will be the responsible entity to administer the money with reporting to the Nabkia Committee. So Nabkia committees will be receiving the report from the Department of Emergency Management on a periodic basis to the point where all the money has been spent. And then at the end, there would be an audit, an internal audit of the Department of Emergency Management to see if they were in compliance with the fund management plan and also the Navajo Nation policies and procedures. So, a quick overview, Shannon. This is the only way we could spend the money. And right now, I believe I guess it's over 7 million, but there's also interest earning. It's an interest bearing account. So right now, I'm not sure what could be. I could not give you an estimate of what the interest it has earned yet, but we could get that report from the controller's office. Right now, they're in a meeting. I tried calling, but they're in the meeting right now, and I was hoping they'll be my agent for this committee meeting. But if there's any questions, I would certainly try to answer them. Chairman, so nandun siya ako.
Sheila, Chiche, colleagues, honorable members of the HES committee, do you have any questions, discussion?
Just Delegate Slater.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair Henyo. My question is, can you go into further detail on acceptance and then how funds will be spent out of the fund? What the criteria are, who will be the decision-making authorities, things along that line?
Chairman, so with your permission, I'd like to answer that.
Go ahead.
I'll shake that delegate later. The decision maker for the expenditure will be the Department of Emergency Management. They'll be the responsible entity under the executive branch to make these expenditure decisions. And the criteria would be, it's all geared towards mitigating COVID-19. And that is the bottom line, because the intent of the donors was to assist the Navajo Nation in mitigating COVID-19. So that's the intent of the expenditures, and should be the intent. And right now, as we are talking here, if there are any donations that have been received that the donor has stipulations attached to it, meaning if I were to donate $100, I would say this should be used towards buying coats for kids. Then it's no longer a donation. It would be considered a grant because there are stipulations attached to it. So that's the distinction. If you read the legislation, and so, but all the money that we have received up to this point will have no stipulations. It's just the intent is to help the Navajo Nation with the fight against COVID-19. And so hopefully I answered your question. And I apologize, I don't have the legislation in front of me, but I believe there were 4 areas in the legislation that's identified as allowable expenditures. And but let me see if I can open it up. But delegates later, hopefully I answered your question. Back to you, Chiche. Chairman,
So, Chiche, Honorable Slater, back to you. Do you have follow-up?
Sure. So this is Delegate Slater. I got dropped.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Did you hear the concern about infrastructure, or was I dropped before then?
Yeah, you were dropped before then.
Okay. The concern I was raising is whether this fund will permit for funding infrastructure projects. I think there are several types of projects that are related to hygiene and sanitation that people may try to go after this funding for if they believe it to be available. And then on top of that, in terms of the grants, are agents of the nation allowed to go out and seek funding with explicit purposes? You know, could a delegate go out there and try to raise funds specifically for their chapters or for a particular program of the Navajo Nation to help with the COVID response? Would that be helped or hindered with this legislation, or prohibited outright? And then does this legislation contemplate trying to obtain or unify control of any of the funding that's been raised, I'd say, like in Navajo's name, not necessarily by the government, but in our name to support our people? I think there's millions and millions of dollars out there that the Navajo people have very limited or no democratic control over how it's being dispersed among our people, or what sort of relief is being provided with that funding. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. That's Honorable Slater. Okay, Honorable Chair Jamie Henio.
For that response and follow-up questions from delegates later. Looking at the exhibit here, Exhibit A on the legislation, on the fund management plan, COVID-19 response donation fund. And here the purpose of this fund management plan is to house all financial donations received by the Navajo Nation for its COVID-19 relief efforts not restricted by the donor for a specific purpose from any external funding sources other than federal, state, or local governments. Expending those donations only for the Navajo Nation's COVID-19 relief efforts as prioritized by the department, including but not limited to preparedness, emergency response, recovery, and mitigation of COVID-19 effects, and taking into account the needs of the Navajo Nation governmental entity. So when it says the department, that's the Department of Emergency Management. They would make that determination. And so here, when it comes to your question about infrastructure development, I do not see it as part of this listing that I just went over in number 2 of the purpose. But then it says including but not limited to. So that's the catchword there. And so any person might lobby Department of Emergency Management, but I believe the department has its marching orders. And if you go to B on the Exhibit A, it says the fund management plan is established for the purpose of ensuring that these funds donated to the Navajo Nation are used as follows. Number 1, expended only for COVID-19 response-related efforts of the Navajo Nation in a manner consistent with the general purpose for which the funds were donated. Promptly expended in a manner to maintain the integrity of the COVID-19 donation response, subject to monitoring and accounting, including auditing. So, and on your question regarding individuals trying to solicit private donors to raise money for, let's say, their own chapters. Maybe Dana or Tristan might help me with this. Is that or maybe okay? Is Department of Justice on the line with the committee here?
Mr. Haven is on the line. Perhaps you could, Mr. Haven, text Ms. Lowell to help answer Honorable Slater's question.
Thank you, Chair. This is Dana.
Oh.
I'm on the line. I believe that I can probably answer Delegate Slater's question. As I recall, his question was whether if anything in this legislation would prohibit perhaps him as a delegate for trying to raise funds on behalf of his chapter for a specific purpose. And the answer is no. If Delegate Slater can convince an individual, a company, an organization to provide a donation that is for a specific purpose at a specific chapter, that would be honored. So there's nothing that prohibits that. But I would note that the donation, whoever's making the donation should be very explicit about what they want the purpose to be. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair.
Honorable Slater, does that answer your question? Thank you, Ms. Barbara.
For the most part, yes. Thank you, Ms. Barbara and Chair Henyo.
One thing, Jake, Chairman So.
Oh, go ahead.
Going through the Exhibit A, there's a funding allocation process that it says that this fund shall not be used to fund meeting stipends or the department's payroll expenses or other costs as budgeted for in the nation's annual comprehensive budget. So what it means is that the department cannot use this for its own department uses. It has to be used for outside assistance to the Navajo people. That's what I'm reading. I wanted to add that, Jake. I'll yield the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any follow-up? Going once? Going twice? 3 times? Che, Bennett Mose, roll call vote.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna.
Colonna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Colonna votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Che. Let the record show. Okay, Paul Begay, was that you?
Leonard, can you repeat the vote? The yeas?
4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 committee member not voting, and The chair not voting. 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Beverly,
So, don't get the gate. Did my vote count?
I didn't get your vote, sir, on Paul Begay.
Thank you.
What do you
Can you
vote?
repeat the yeas for me?
You vote green,
Leonard,
Kay?
repeat.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Sheila. Let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Chair, Honorable Chair Jamie Hino, thank you for presenting this legislation. So you're having a BNF meeting tomorrow. We'll have the report and the legislation signed.
Kaya check. Kaya Health Education Human Services Committee.
Leonard, excuse me, can you repeat the yeas? Repeat the yeas, Leonard.
All the yeas were Honorable Colorado Slater, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Edison J. Winica, and Honorable Paul Begay Jr. for a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you.
Aye. Good, Chair.
Okay, that brings us to legislation 0269-20. My other Ms. Martinez, can you read the legislation into the record?
Legislation number 0269-20, an action relating to health, education, human services, and Navajo committees, supporting the Benet College Native American Research Center for Health, parentheses, NARCH partnership proposal to further health research, training, and education of the Navajo Nation and other Native communities. Mr. Chair, the final authority on this is Navajo Committee.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Che. Motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Do I hear a second?
Second, Winica.
Second, Honorable Edison Winica, and a real quick third is Honorable Halona.
Hey, I beat him.
Committee members, any questions?
Round the horn.
Round the horn. Sheila.
Chair, should I, can I mention one thing?
Go ahead.
Benet College has requested an amendment be made. It's more of a technical amendment to clarify, make sure there's consistent language. For Mr. Haven. And we can make it here or we can make it at Navi. It's really the committee's, I guess, preference.
Let's fix it here. Committee members, the chair is open for technical amendment. Did you, by chance, Honorable Slater, explain that technical amendment and where it needs to happen? Where in the document?
Okay, so looks like Mr. Haven sent it to me. I'm going to forward it to Ms. Martinez and the committee. If you can give me one moment. But it says, one, I'll read it right now. Delete, quote unquote, and on page 2, line 15, include a comma and insert, quote, University of Colorado, Northern Arizona University, delete and 2 on page 2, line 20, insert a comma after Indians and insert comma development of culturally tailored guidance to evaluate and assess genetic research. and development of appropriate tests of Navajo children for developmental language delays.
Okay, committee members, motioning party, let's approach it in this way. Could you include your motion to adopt the legislation to include the technical amendment as read by Honorable Carl Slater?
Yes, Chair, I agree.
Abigail. Sheila, thank you. So yes, the motion is amended to include a technical amendment to the legislation. Honorable Slater, does that fixes it, right?
Yes, Chair, and I emailed it out for everyone's reference as well.
Okay, Priscilla. Chair, Honorable.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead. Honorable Halona.
I think that's Ron Haven.
Oh, Mr. Haven, go ahead.
I have a question for Delegate Slater. This is the resolution that was referred to me for drafting, and it took me a little bit of time because I wasn't quite sure about the documents insofar as the way they were put in order, and it was somewhat confusing. So what I did is I pulled the resolution that was passed by NABI back in 2017. That's cited in your resolution. So I found much of those documents that were forwarded to me. Literally all those documents were in that resolution. So I went by that resolution. Now, I guess the question I have is in respect to the amendments here. And it does indicate that in the whereas sections, there's a couple areas that Mr. Slater pointed to, and I did provide him that information. So regarding the information that he forwarded to me from the Diné College, it does indicate here that what needs the universities that need to be included are the University of Colorado and also the Northern Arizona University at whereas number 6. So my understanding after reading this thing a second time is that whereas item 6, Brigham and Women's Hospital and Johns Hopkins University is now to be deleted. That's the way I understand it, but I need to find out from Mr. Slater or Diné College why, what authority do we have to delete references to those universities, the two entities there, when the resolution that is noted in the whereas sections, the NABI resolution of 2014 specifically reference Brigham and Women's Hospital and Johns Hopkins University. My understanding from reading this is that this is should be deleted, and then what should be included in University of Colorado and NAU. With some time limitations I have on my hands, I was asked to do the amendment. I just simply copied this. The question I have is, where is this Brigham and Women's Hospital and Johns Hopkins University? How have they been deleted? By what authority have they been deleted other than the NABI resolution that we are relying on? That's the first one. And also the second amendment, and I do apologize, Delegate Slater here, I'm not really quite understanding. It says to remove whereas item number 7 there, the reference to research topics, it says access to healthy food and understanding the growing burden of the invasive disease caused by, and I'm not sure how to say that there, insofar as the two types of diseases that are listed as among American Indians. Now, that comes directly from the resolution that was provided to me. And now it's being asked that I forward something here for deletion. I didn't delete it in your amendment. The same with the above, whereas number 6, I left that alone. And basically what I've done on your amendment is simply added the 2 additions, the University of Colorado and NAU, and then the other is with respect to development of culturally tailored guidance to evaluate and assess genetic research. That language is going to be included. However, again here, these were a number of topics that were included in the attachments that I was provided. So, to that extent, I don't have any particular problems with the additions there. What I do have problems with is the deletions that were requested. I didn't delete the reference to the university and also the reference that I cited in whereas number 7 there, because it's listed in your resolution that I cited. So I went ahead and just provided the additions as the amendment. So I hope that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Slater.
Excuse me, this is Mark Bauer with Gwinnett College. If you'd like, I could try to explain that.
Dr. Mark Bauer. Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
Where are you? Yes, you may have the teleconference floor to address the Legislative Council's concern.
All right. Thank you so much, Chairman So, and all of the honorable delegates. I apologize for the confusion. I had only attached that there was a NABI resolution from 2017 that was supporting a different NARCH proposal that we submitted at that time. I only included that resolution as an example of what we were going to need, the type of resolution. The current proposal includes research with the University of Colorado and research and student development activities with Northern Arizona University. The proposal that we had submitted back in 2017 that other resolution referred to with Brigham and Women's Hospital, which is in Boston and associated with Harvard University. Those universities were part of that proposal, and that part of that proposal was not funded, and we did not propose that again in this new proposal. So that's why the topics of research and the universities were changed. This is a partnership that is directed basically by the Navajo Department of Health and Gwinnett College, who collaborate and develop the types of activities and research that we think are likely to be funded and make a difference here on Navajo. And so for this proposal this year, these were the choices that were made. And I hope that explains it, but I'm here to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Mr. Haven, based on that clarification, with this amendment that's proposed, I guess the other is, where in the legislation do we need to delete the NABI, the 2017 legislation? Is it in the findings part? I don't have that particular document right in front of me, so that's where I'm looking to you for. And like I said, let's make this correction here. so that it doesn't end up to be a 4-hour discussion at NABI.
Okay, members of the committee and chairperson, like I said, these are documents that were forwarded to me, and I couldn't quite understand where the support was going to go. And I had assumed that as a historical type of document, there was the resolution that was provided by Navajo Committee back in 2017. That's one thing as a historical document, okay? The other thing is that if you, I took a look at the very end of the documents, I found a resolution.
Mr. Haven, quit referencing the 2017. Dr. Bauer clarified this is a new proposal. So there need not be any reference to the 2017 NABI. It's a new proposal that needs the endorsement of Hess and NABI. So those references to the NABI 2017 needs to be stricken. It's a new proposal. So that's the clarification I'm seeking to this particular document.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, with respect to the way that we draft legislation here at Legislative Council, under the findings section, what we do is simply reference some of the historical events that lead up to what the committee is being asked to do now. What is critical here for everybody on the phone is the resolve section, okay? The resolve section will indicate exactly what the committee is doing, okay? It says Navajo Nation hereby supports the Net College in its submission of a Native American Research Center for Health proposal to further the health research, training, and education of Navajo Nation and other Native communities as provided in Exhibit 2. The Navajo Nation submits, supports the submission, and that's the final page there. So your ultimate document is going to be on Exhibit 2. If you want to delete the references to NABI, I would just go ahead and delete 5, 7, and 5 and 7 if you have a particular problem with that, and simply redesignate the exhibit that's up the Net College as Exhibit A. That's what I would do if there's some confusion, but these are documents, like I said, that's provided to us, and it provides some kind of a historical type of events that lead to this particular entity, the Native American Research Center for Health. And if you think that this part is not relevant, yeah, we can just go ahead and delete it, and that's where you would do it, is to have an amendment to go ahead and delete 5 and 7 and renumber everything else. So the resolution that's applicable, that's more relevant here, correct me if I'm wrong here, is the Board of the Regents, the Net College resolution that's attached as your exhibit there as Exhibit 2, and simply redesignate that as Exhibit A, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. That would really eliminate a lot of discussion at NABI. If it's clear, committee members, I'm looking again to the moving parties to make those amendments to delete whereas 5, and was it 7 also, Mr. Haven?
Yes, you have 2 Navajo resolutions. That's reference, okay? That's at number 5, and that's in 2016. And then number 7 is 2017. Those are both in Exhibit 1. I would just simply delete the references in 5 and 6. So you renumber your whereas sections, and then the only other exhibit, the only other document here is your resolution references, okay? You have currently on line 25 on page 2. Do you see that exhibit 2? Like I indicated, your exhibit 2 is now going to read as exhibit A, okay? That's your Board of Regents resolution.
Okay. Thank you. Committee members. Moving parties. Amended motion to adopt.
Motion, Helona?
A motion to amend the motion, right?
A motion to amend the motion.
Okay, to include deletion of whereas 5 and 6 and to change exhibit 1 to exhibit A.
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
There was a deletion of 5, 6, and 7, I heard.
Okay. Deletion of 5, 6, and 7. Legislative Council work with legislative advisors to make sure we have that correction.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine as well.
Okay, Kushinla. Do I hear a second on this motion to amend?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Kushinla Ashache, thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, who made the motion? My call dropped just when I was listening.
Honorable Helona, motion to amend. And then Honorable Paul Begay, second. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir.
Roll call. Vote on the amendment motion.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Excuse me. Does this include the amendment that Honorable Slater sent on top of this deletion, Mr. Chair?
Moving parties. Yeah,
Chair, I think for
yes,
I think by deleting those sections, it will remove the need for that remedy.
Yes. Yeah. So that
Chair, this is Monica. Shall we accept that one?
Yeah.
With the motion, accepting the so I don't know. I don't have any problems with it. Just going with this motion by Helona.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me back up. Okay. Honorable Begay and Helona, we had amended motion to delete whereas 5 and what was the other one?
5, 6, and 7.
6 and 7. But then in the explanation, okay, what if, forget this, now I've got it back. What if that original motion by Honorable Begay and Helona, it included whereas 6 and 7? What if moving parties also included 5? And then that would be only one vote to adopt this legislation. But without Che, Honorable Begay, so Honorable Helona, what if we moved it in that direction?
Chair, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
Bashila, thank you, Sache. Honorable Halona, you're good with it?
Yes, sir, I'm good with that. Fine, thank you.
Bashila. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So that basically then, if there's no other discussion or questions, Sache, Leonard Mose, roll call vote, please.
And this is for the main motion, right, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Paul B. Jr.
No, the amendment. The amendment has not been voted on.
It's an amended motion. Where, oh, it's the one we're adding to, Ms. Martinez. It's that amendment that Honorable Carl Slater sent to the committee. You have a copy of it that says remove, and then it says add. But what we're doing also is we're removing 5.
Okay.
Whereas, and by removing 5, there's no box that would say add for that one. Do you understand?
Yes, the only amendment I have from Honorable Slater, it says 1, delete, and on page 2, line 15, include a comma and insert _ University of Colorado and Northern Arizona University, and then delete and then 2, page 2, line 20, insert a comma after Indians, and insert and then _ development of culturally tailored guidance to evaluate and assess genetic research and development of appropriate tests of Navajo children for developmental language. Is that the one, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that one got deleted, and then this new one.
And well, once we vote on the motion on the legislation, it'll remove it.
Okay.
Remember, it's a amended motion to adopt the legislation that includes what you read. And then it'll also include the removal of whereas number 5.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Sheila. Mr. Mose, Che, roll call vote.
Right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Renika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Renika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. I believe voted green the first time, then we started the explanation there, Chair.
Okay, the chair will include Honorable Paul Begay's vote as.
Okay, there'll be total of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the committee approves the legislation, and it'll move on to the Navajo Committee, and very possible that we could include it on Thursday's agenda. That brings us to the logistics part of our
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Haven.
I apologize for interrupting here. I just want to make sure I understand, and also to somewhat help Beverly in her report. My understanding is that you will be deleting paragraphs 5, 6, and 7 here, and then you're going to be changing Exhibit 2 to Exhibit A, and all your exhibit is going to be is simply the resolution of the border regions. That's it. You see?
Yes.
Exhibit 2 is going to be Exhibit A. That's your resolution of the border regions. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 7D, consideration of a work session. Let's, in that regard, let's motion and second for a special meeting for the HES committee on Friday. That will include the state of Utah's Honorable Slater, give me the proper title of that group that we'll be meeting with.
So it's restoring the ancestral winds that help facilitate this meeting with the state of Utah.
Yes.
And I guess, so we're identifying it as a special meeting or a work session? I think
Well,
Martinez said that we didn't have any funding for a special meeting, but I mean, I don't think we need to get paid for it. We can just have it.
No. We've got money for a special meeting. We didn't have money for a leadership meeting.
Oh, sorry.
So basically to change the work session into a special session, because we want to vote on the legislation recalling our original, but we strategize within the litigation update. So it'll be a special meeting on Friday. I just need a vote, and we'll move on.
Mr. Chair?
That'll hang on. That'll include the meeting with the Utah group and that legislation. That let's keep it to those two items, and then the other is we want a special meeting on Monday, 11/16, to start. Put 4 plans forward to start the consultation. That'll be special meeting request for the 13th and the 16th.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. Honorable Wilson Stewart wants his legislation on the agenda, and there's 2 more other legislations pending. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Let's do that for Monday.
Monday, page 2 though. Okay. 25 on P.
Committee members, we're starting to lose connectivity.
Okay, Chair, I'm still here. Did you get a motion made then? Are we going to vote on it?
A motion to schedule a special meeting on the 13th and the 16th.
Oh, that's okay.
I can make that motion, Chair. In regard to the meeting on Friday, will we set the time now or do that later? In the conversations with the state of Utah, 10 a.m. had been the identified start time. Okay. Since we need to consider the legislation, we should determine whether we'll do that before or after.
Okay, let's do 10 a.m. for Friday and even on Monday. And we'll do the report first. Okay, Kushila. Thank you, Vice Chair. Later, do I hear a second?
Chair, is this 10 a.m. Friday, this coming Friday?
Yeah.
Oh. We do have a special Navi scheduled on the 10th. Is that still going?
No,
on Friday.
Miss Karen Thompson sent out a new calendar.
Oh, okay.
Friday is
Sorry.
clear for us. Oh,
thank you.
Oh, arrivederci. So we have a motion and a second. Second by Honorable Halona. Any further discussion? If not, then let's
Quick comment, Chair.
Mr. Moves.
Chair?
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Hello, just a minute, Chair.
Green.
Good, Chair.
Halona, what are you saying?
We're nearing the end of the meeting, I guess. I don't know if I want to bring it up now or should I bring it up during the announcement?
Okay, let's wait.
Okay,
let's wait. Let's vote on this request for a special meeting, Friday and Monday. We have a green vote from Honorable Paul Begay. Continue, Mr. Mose.
All right, sir. Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, thank you. So that'll bring us to a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. That'll bring us to item number 8, close of meeting. Announcements. Mr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring it up, but I got a message from Sage Memorial Hospital. I don't know, have you received anything from them yet, Chair?
No.
Okay, I'm going to bring this forward really quick. I'll bring this forward really quick that I understand IHS is questioning the Navajo Nation's validity on the 638 contract that we approved for them. And that their Sage Memorial got a letter from IHS questioning the validity of the designation.
Yes, it's a committee members. It's a email from Mr. Marquis Yazi, and I guess the question basically is, in Resolution CJN 3505, the Council designated its power to approve future organizations to the NABI. Although it says upon recommendation of by the HES committee and the chapters to be served. In resolution NABIO 4420, NABI Committee of the Count of the Navajo Nation states that chapters recommended approval, but it does not state HES committee recommended approval, nor is any resolution of the HES committee attached. So, Honorable Halona, they're trying to hang, let's see. Yeah, there's no citation on the findings. Let's see. And there's no exhibit, no reference to HES adopting. Oh man, it goes back to the drafting of the legislation. Ms. Martinez.
Yes, sir.
And you find that legislation for HES recommended approval? It was like October 15, Dasha, where HES adopted the legislation for Sage Memorial. Send it to the committee, and once I get it, I'll forward it to this Marquise Yazi. If you would, please. Honorable Halona, it goes back to the drafting again. So let's see how we can address it, okay?
Yes, Jeff. Yeah, well,
Okay.
I definitely be on that to make sure that gets corrected.
Okay. Kushila.
Mr. Chair, there's a resolution from NABI, October 4420. I'll send it now. If that's the one you're looking for.
No. One I'm looking for is the HES legislation. The HES legislation where we approved it. And then from there, it went to NABI. And when NABI voted on it, it was that NABIO 44-20. So, okay, Kushila, while we research that, Honorable Halona,
Mr. Chair?
I'll follow up on. Ms. Martinez.
There's also an email that I sent to yourself and to Vice Chairman from Navajo Head Start. They want to be on the special session meeting regarding their 5-year grant budget.
Well, the thing is for us, what they're asking for is legislation. And
Okay.
there has to be somebody to sponsor the legislation. They don't need to report. We just need to get their, and what's lacking is a budget as well as a Board of Education resolution. And I understand the Board of Education is meeting tomorrow. So once that package is somewhat complete, then we can submit it for legislation. And then at that
Okay.
time, they can address the committee.
Okay. Regarding Sage Memorial, there was a committee report from the committee for legislation 228-20, and the committee passed with no amendment, no directive, and was forwarded to Budget and Finance Committee on September 28th, the main motion. And that was passed with 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And after BNF, it went to Navi.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That's where we got to. Oh, Honorable Wanika.
Yeah, Chair, I want to request to have Chinle Nursing Home give a short report on one of the meetings. It is about Zenkisto.
Okay, let's, I guess what I'm trying to do, honorable members of the HES, is try to keep the meeting short on Friday so you have a longer time for family and for rest. And so I was trying to keep it short for Friday, and then we can do the heavy load on Monday again. That was the intent, to just address the Utah issues and then the legislation. Out of Monday, we can give you somewhat of a little bit more work. Okay, with that, so we'll shoot for Chinle Nursing Home for Monday also. Abiga here.
Abiga.
Sheila. Any other announcements, discussion? If not, chair's open for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Che, this is
Motion by Honorable Begay and second by who?
Halona. I actually beat Halona.
Che, this is Chair Heaney, if I can.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Che. Just looking at my calendar here. The Budget and Finance Committee meeting starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I forgot we pushed it back because at 1 o'clock, a special session petition at the DDII tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. So tomorrow at 8, a Budget and Finance. So I'll be Che. We can hear it next week on the 17th. I need 266-20 pass off. I am. And next week, okay. Tuesday, we have a regular committee meeting.
Aviva, yes, thank you. Okay. I'll still sign it tomorrow. But, yeah.
I'll get you now.
So,
motion to adjourn.
Yes, you already have a second on that.
Chairman.
Yes.
This is Hope MacDonald Lone Tree.
Oh, yeah, you have the floor.
Appreciate that. Good afternoon. I just wanted to let the committee know that the Office of the U.S. Attorney District of Arizona will be having their listening session Friday afternoon. If any of you are interested in participating or listening in, let me know and I'll send you the link to register. Thank you.
Sheila, thank you. We appreciate your attending the PES meeting. And I guess at some point in time, could we get a report on the Cotautri Museum? Perhaps even a written report to be submitted to HES on Monday. a brief one so that we have an understanding of. I wonder if we already spent the 5% that was needed to be spent by the governor of New Mexico, if we met that deadline, and whether we can still access the $1 million.
Sure, I'll work on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, let's go for the vote then.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edson J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edson J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 4:58 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Committee members with a 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 members not voting, we are adjourned. Thank you. And we'll be on the call tomorrow too.
Okay. Have a good evening, Chair.
You too.
Committee members.